get the entire boom a lot.
We're live.
Are we live?
We are live.
All right. Welcome everybody to our live stream today. We're discussing Tesla. My name's Ross Gerber. I'm with Dan McDowd from the Dawn Project, and we're discussing issues with AI and autonomy and safety today. Dan has been what we consider, I guess, a leading critic of Tesla's autonomous car rollout, and his real main focus is around safety for society and testing new technologies. Dan is an expert in technology and has a long history and background in the industry. And so we're going to be discussing the issues with autonomous safety on the roads and how Tesla is either addressing or not addressing those issues. And then followed by, we're going to do a drive around now and sort of check out full self-driving, different safety features that have been added to the system recently, as well as the areas we think need improvement. And the goal of our show today is really to help Tesla and people in our society better understand the risks and rewards of autonomous driving and ways we can make the rollout of this technology as safe as possible for society. So, Dan, I know you have many thoughts and many experiences, but one thing that I have to say that I learned about you over the last week since we've been communicating is that you're actually a longtime Tesla owner. You have the original Roadster outside. It's really fun to kind of look through. Your family all drives Teslas. And so I think it's a misperception for people to think that you're a Tesla hater when in fact you're a Tesla lover and you're really more concerned about the way the technology is being used than the actual product itself.
Right. I was an earlier buyer in 2010. I bought a Roadster. I bought another Roadster about a year later than that when I heard they weren't going to make them anymore. And so I decided I'd buy two. So if they ran out of spares, it's over the years.
And what attracted you to Tesla originally from the other vehicles you were driving?
Well, I just, at some point I said, I want to buy a fun car. Buy a car, convertible, whatever. I looked around and looked at Ferraris and things like that. And I said, those weren't me. I'm a tech guy.
Right.
And when the Roadster came out, it is a sports car. It's a really cool sports car. And it's also fully electric. So, and at the time, there was nothing else. There were no other electric cars. And so I kind of put those two together and said, high tech and a sports car.
Right.
That's what I want. That was my 55th birthday party. Birthday present.
Oh, okay. So that was a birthday present to yourself, actually.
Right. So I just said, that just settled it. It's like, that's got to be the car to buy.
Right. And then you got an original Model S for your wife right when that came out as well.
Right. And again, I'm still driving the Teslas today. That's how I get to work. My wife, that's her standing.
So you're driving the Roadster still today as your day-to-day driver?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. So a 13-year-old electric vehicle, one of the first vehicles ever made of this quality, still working pretty good. And I just was looking at it. It's in great condition.
Yeah. I'll take care of it.
And so with your background with technology, what really got you and the Dawn Project to be so focused on Tesla and full self-driving technology? Was it an experience you had, or you saw the development as it was happening and you felt like you needed to say something?
Well, so the Dawn Project precedes the issue with
Right.
Tesla, and it was formed basically to handle this problem that right now in the last 5 or 10 years, we've connected everything we have that our lives depend on up to the internet, and we've done it with pretty bad software for the most part. And that puts everyone's lives at risk. The power grid, self-driving cars, water treatment plants. These are big, large-scale things that hundreds, thousands, millions of lives depend on. And if somebody hacks them or they fail in some catastrophic way, there could be a really catastrophic result.
And we're seeing this with the blackmailing of all these infrastructure
and the hospitals
yeah,
too.
The hospitals
they're all being shut down because they run software that is not secure. It's relatively easy to hack, and the bad guys just hack into it, shut the whole hospital down.
Right.
It doesn't work anymore.
No, I met a guy who runs a major hospital network, and that's what he was saying his biggest issue is they have old software at all the hospitals. They're getting hacked. They shut down the systems, and if they don't pay, they can't take care of patients. Right? And it's a real issue, and I don't think the public hears about it as much as it's happening because it's not great to know that all these hackers are making millions of dollars hacking into the water system or hacking into utilities or whatever. But that's happening now every day.
Right. So that was the impetus for the Dawn Project. to say, we got to do something about that. And the problem is that I went to many companies and talked to them, and they didn't care. They said, we've met the government regulations. The government has, whatever regulations on it. And we did all those things. I don't see why we need to do more. Because you're not secure. And that just didn't move them. They wouldn't do it. And that's what led me to the Dawn Project. I said, the people in any situation, who's getting screwed? And in this case, it's the people. It's the population that the other people are losing out and don't know it.
Right.
They need to know what's actually happening if these systems aren't secure.
But how did the Dawn Project move on from Tesla? Because clearly, like nuclear plants, hydroelectric facilities, these are critical infrastructures, are vulnerable, but you're very focused on Tesla and you spent a lot of time and resource on it. Why Tesla?
So it came about accidentally while I was in this process, setting things up and organizing. Somebody just told me about the YouTube videos. I hadn't followed it. I own the Teslas, but full self-driving didn't exist. My car's too old. Our Model S can't run.
Right.
Can't run autopilot, so we never bought it, so we never had it. And so I just didn't worry about it. But then somebody told me, well, there's these videos on YouTube, and watching the videos, watch them and see what it is. And I got a very negative reaction from watching them. I would see a Tesla run full self-driving with the quote driver with his hands off the wheel, and the car just suddenly takes his veers into the oncoming lane, right in front of a truck. And, the driver yelps, lets out a death yelp like they're going to die, grabs the wheel and avoids it. And then they move on in their drive and they say, oh, this is great. And at the end, they say, that was a great drive. Well, there was a little tiny glitch, right? That wasn't really important. And it'll go on. 3 minutes ago, you were afraid for your life. And now you don't even, now it's just a little glitch. I don't need to worry about it. And it happened again and again and again. And I just wondered, how bad is this? I mean, is it, because that could just be, anecdotal. It could just be, okay, there's 100 times it happened, and that's not bad, out of a million that it didn't happen. So ultimately I said, well, we need to get a Tesla. We need to buy one, and with full self-driving in it, and go out and test it and go out and run it. And I remember Arthur, we just met Arthur, he does the driving. I called him up. I got him to do this, to take the job to do this. And he called me up he went into Los Angeles and drove up to here. He calls me up and says, Dan, it's worse than you said. I mean, we were driving down the freeway and just slammed its brakes on it, 70 miles an hour. Right. That's just terrible. There was a construction zone. It tried to run us into the construction zone. That's from LA to here. And then we went out and tested it, and we tried everything you could think of to see what it would do. And
when were these tests? What, a couple of years ago?
2020. Well, we basically went public in 2022, not public IPO.
Right.
Went out and talked to people and made things. And so this was an issue. Now, so one question is, well, why not do the power grid? It's really hard to show the power grid doesn't work. I could hack it. I could hire someone to hack it. They probably arrest me. Right? I can't buy a power plant and try it out. Just impractical. Whereas I can buy a Tesla.
Right.
And I can buy it and get it and put it, and drive it around and just see what it does. And so trying that made the most sense as terms of its accessibility and ability to prove it. And also, in my opinion, it is even today really bad. The errors in it are so large and so serious that it shouldn't be in the hands of consumers. I think it should be driven by professional drivers, right?
Right. And I think that's where we sort of diverge, like philosophically, because part of the success of its development involves needing tremendous amounts of data. And so if we don't have it in lots of people's hands, we just can't gather the data quick enough to make the improvements rapidly enough in the neural network so that it does get to where it needs to be. And so I think, when you go back 2 years, full self-driving was a very limited release. There were only certain people using it, and those people were vetted at that time.
And I think I'm okay with that. I mean, in terms of that.
Right. So I think there's two issues that I think are really important to discuss. One is, what's the problem with the software and addressing it, and then what are the safety features that Tesla's put in so that testing the software isn't dangerous to society. And there are two different issues in my mind. So both of them needed to be addressed in my mind several years. So if you go back, let's say 2 years, full self-driving wasn't even close to where it is. I mean, it's not even comparable. And the safety features that are included today didn't exist 2 years ago. But the amount of users was very, very few, and they were highly vetted. Okay.
They had to pass a test. You know,
and they're probably like pretty much picked by Elon.
And even the earlier, there's 50 to start with.
Right.
I don't have a real problem with that. Those guys.
Well, I think that's where they were. And so like when you go back to how they've done what they're doing, it's a lot of that was based around a very limited release. So you were watching videos, not to say what you were watching wasn't accurate, but it was videos done by a very limited group of people who were essentially sort of Tesla, testers and beta testers, and they were vetted. And so I think them minimizing safety issues is certainly, would be normal from a vetted group of Tesla people. But just the same, they post this on, but they addressed the issue and they didn't smash into the other car. Okay. Maybe they wouldn't have posted it if they ran it over. But I think Tesla has only reached full release like 3 months ago or 6 months ago.
Thanksgiving evening.
Right.
Was when it went to everybody who bought it. 400,000.
Right. So now 400,000 people are using that, and that's over the last 6 months. So the version they're using now, like version 11 or above, I think they were at 1069 when that happened, is the most advanced version of it with the least amount of the number one safety issues and the most amount of safety features to protect society. And I'll give you an example of one that I think makes full self-driving even safer than driving without it. And now you can't use your phone while using full self-driving. So if I pick up my phone, and we'll demonstrate this in the drive, if I pick up my phone, it immediately warns me and says it's going to disengage me if I look at my phone. Now, truthfully, if I want to look at my phone, I have to disengage full self-driving and drive manually to look at my phone. Okay. Now, today, distracted driving is one of the biggest risks out there. So irrelevant of even using full self-driving, just having a feature that prevents you from looking at your phone is a huge safety advancement in my mind. And that's brand new, but it's impactful in my mind. So people are paying attention. People are paying attention because they have to. The second thing that's new that I think has greatly enhanced safety for these 400,000 testers is the fact that because it's looking at your face now, it can tell when you're looking at the road or not. And that's a big thing. Okay. On top of the fact, if you aren't holding the wheel at all, the warnings come quite quickly. So if you don't want to hold the wheel and you're driving on the freeway and you take your hands off the wheel, it'll let you do that for maybe 5 seconds. But it's not very long before the warnings just start. And then it'll take full self-driving away from you. So it'll remove full self-driving for a full drive, for the rest of your drive, if you get caught not paying attention. And then if that happens several times, they'll remove you from using the feature at all. Okay. So those are also new features that were added recently that I think greatly enhanced the testing of it and were critical for the larger scale rollout of the software. On top of, I think, the versions of the software I'm using now in most cities in America works pretty good. Okay. I'm not going to say great, but pretty good. In very difficult cities like where I live, extremely difficult driving, it still needs a lot of work. It just does. But a lot of that is because of humans. It's not necessarily because of the software. It's that the software has to work around humans. And as we are looking at, several major challenge points for the car and autonomous driving in general, being emergency vehicles, school buses, and other critical vehicles like ambulances, and then construction sites, and cones and things like that, which make it very confusing for human drivers or challenging, but it's something that autonomous vehicles have to be able to navigate if it's going to work in our society with humans, or even if it's 100% autonomous vehicles. So I think the challenges of dealing with these scenarios are still, not solved from any of the autonomous players. But with Tesla, I think because the human has to sit in the car and still pay attention and basically be ready to drive that vehicle at any second, the way they're testing their software in some ways is safer than what Cruise and Waymo is doing, where then if you have a problem, there's no human involved. And so they're not able to solve like the fire truck problem very easily in a Cruise and a Waymo yet. So although they're further along level 4, level 5 autonomy in theory, geofence, they still haven't solved these issues.
So I agree that with driver monitoring, that so somebody can't use their phone, but that doesn't need to have anything to do with full self-driving.
That's right.
That is, it's a separate thing.
Totally.
It's not driving in the car. It's giving you a hard time when you pick for your phone.
Exactly.
And whether FSD is on or not, same thing.
Right. It should just do that all the time.
Right. So that's fine. I mean, I agree with that. That doesn't really address the full self-driving issues of where it's controlling.
Right. That's why I'm saying there are two different things here. There's the software itself, which we know there are still flaws. And I don't think Tesla is saying our software is perfect. Everybody can sit in the back seat now. And they're not saying that. They're saying we're beta testing now with wide release, and they're working very hard to fix all these problems, which they still have. And then there's the safety feature. And this is really my point, is that Tesla spends a lot of time worrying about safety, actually. And they've added these things in. These are new features from the last 6 months since it went to wide release that I think were critically important to go to wide release. But what I found personally, as somebody who used it through this whole, let's say, last 12 months or 24 months, that it was a great safety enhancement, these recent updates, for testing the software, irrelevant of the software itself. Now, the software gets better every couple months. That's just the development. But the safety features have gotten substantially better. And that is sort of my point, is it worth slowing down critically important technology to society because safety features aren't robust enough? But what safety features are robust enough so that we can continue to develop the software as rapidly as it needs to be developed? Because the ultimate result will be thousands of these things.
Right. But so on driver monitoring, this came up recently, and I went to my guys and I said, so, I drive here in Santa Barbara, not a poster, but when I drive, most of the days it's bright and sunny.
Right.
So put on your sunglasses.
Right.
How does it know where I'm looking? How does it know my eyes are not closed?
Right. Right. And so that's looking at your head. So it's actually just not monitoring your eyes, it's monitoring your head. And a perfect example is like a sleepy driver. A sleepy driver, it's like your head does this as you start to fall asleep. And so it sees that. It's looking at your face, not your eyes. And so that's really what why it still kind of works, even if you have, because I always wear glasses and it knows. I always wear sunglasses, except for right now. And my eyes are.
Well, we've tried this. If you put on sunglasses, you can do anything you want. You can close your eyes.
Well, we'll go in the car and you'll see. We'll do it in the car, but I wear sunglasses every day in the car, and it warns me every time I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I can tell you that. And just on the drive down today as well. But I think that, as I said before, that if you engage full self-driving and you compare it to not engaging full self-driving and you use it as requested, it's safer now than if you don't use full self-driving, because of two reasons. One, it's forcing you to pay attention. And two, it's almost like having an extra driver driving them. And this happened to me the other night. I was leaving a charity event and it was late. And it was later than I like to be out. So it was like 11 and I have to drive home on the freeways in LA after a whole day's work, and I'm tired. So I put on full self-driving. I'm still driving the car, but it's so nice to have this system driving the car with me. Okay. And so it's an extra system. So I think full self-driving has gotten to the point with the driver monitoring and its abilities that it's safer than driving without it.
But that doesn't need to have anything to do with full self-driving. That is about it taking your wheel and the brakes and whatever. That's a passive system, independent of full self-driving, that's watching and beeping at you or having other time when you're wrong.
Right, but I'm just saying, if the issue is safety to society, like
I'm all for that feature. I mean, I'm not
right, but I'm just saying that it's not unsafe to be testing full self-driving in the current systems that they have for which are irrelevant of the software, which make you drive safely. But they figured out how to make you drive safely, whether the software is working or not, to be honest. And so that alone is a huge advancement. I mean, you think about the distracted drivers. I mean, the only bad accident I was ever in as a kid was when somebody plowed into the back of our car when we were kids on PCH and the person wasn't paying attention and just plowed into it. And, you know, back then the big invention was seatbelts, you know, seatbelts and everything. Well, people used to not wear seatbelts, remember? I mean, it was like, I remember people said, oh, I don't want to wear a seatbelt. I'm not going to wear a seatbelt. The government doesn't tell me what to do. I'm not going to wear a seatbelt. That was pretty common when I was a kid. Actually, it was like, you have to wear a seatbelt. And then they made it illegal. You had to wear a seatbelt. And then when we would drive around, it was like, you had to remember to put on your seatbelt if the cops pulled you over so you wouldn't get a seatbelt. So there was a whole learning period of time in society where we didn't even wear seatbelts and people died all the time. So I just don't see the software development as more risky than that whole.
But I've not driven it a lot myself. I've been in the car a lot. I've driven it myself. I find it takes even more energy to do it with full self-driving than not, because you have to keep your hands near the wheel all the time. You can't grip it in any way, because if you do, then if full self-driving decides to change lanes, perfectly reasonable, but you weren't going to, perfectly reasonable, it starts to turn, it gets the resistance and then it turns off.
Yeah, well, now it does signal before it changes the lane, so it doesn't warn you. So you do know that it's going to change the lane before it changes the lane. Because now you don't even get to choose when it changes the lane, which is one of the things that's bothering me about it right now, is it changes lanes too much. And I'm like, why are we changing lanes again? But that said, you do know when it's happening. It is not more dangerous using it at all, and it's less energy. I just drove here on full self-driving the whole way. We did Malibu Canyon full self-driving, which is cliffs straight down. It's an easy drive because it's one lane, but it's literally cliffs straight down on one side. And I take my feet off the gas and the brake because you can just sit back and you just drive the car. Okay. So it's less stressful to use it. I use it all the time. Now it's really good on highways. So now, like driving here on the 101, it's like flawless, other than
hitting the brakes from time to time.
Well, no, it doesn't do that anymore. We don't have that issue. That issue didn't exist for a period of time. The one issue that does happen is if it goes near a street where the street limit might be different. Let's say it's 35 instead of 55, it'll switch down and then the car will start slowing down. And you're like, why does it do that?
That's why it doesn't.
No, that's a different issue. The phantom braking issue was an older issue that was happening, and it didn't happen often, but it would happen sometimes. I think it would just perceive something there and it would just break. And, you know, I haven't had that happen, I would say, for at least 4 to 6 months. It's been a while since.
Do you use it all the time?
I use it every day. Yeah, every day. So my goal, so I kind of look at full self-driving as very similar to training a 16-year-old to drive. So when you train a kid to drive, they know how to drive. They can drive, but they're not great drivers. And so that's why you're in the car with a 16-year-old and you're showing them that that's not the way to do that turn, or that circle down at the bottom of the street with the construction and all the people not knowing what to do. Like, here's how you handle it. You got to let these guys pass, you know, that kind of stuff. So the car is still like a 16-year-old driver. That's the way I look at it, but it's probably better than a 16-year-old driver in real life. You know,
if it's not as good as a 16-year-old driver, because it gets stuck in the middle of an intersection. I can't complete a turn.
Oh, I could show you 16-year-old drivers in LA that, you know, they'll smatter their car half drunk and kill everybody around them. I mean, you know, this is the biggest risk driving group in the world is, what, 16 to 22.
And oddly, we don't require human supervision or intervention on 16-year-olds.
Right. But with the Tesla, you can track your kid, you can set the speed limit, you can see how all their driving data, and now they have the driver score for everyone because Tesla's doing insurance. So you can actually look at your kid's score and be like, and it tells you why your score is marked down. And it'll tell you exactly how your kid's driving. The only car I'm getting my kid is a Tesla because I'm going to be able to track. He says, Dad, I'm over here at my friend's house. I look at my phone, but no, you're not, you know, and he'll probably know. But it's like, I think it's really amazing, the features for a kid. Like if I'm giving the car to a kid, it's a great kid's car.
So this is a constant Twitter thing. Over and over and over, you see tweets from guys saying, you guys in California have it so great because it just works so well for you guys. But for me, I go to work, I get 6 interventions and it slams its brakes on the freeway. But for some reason, it works in California all the time. Maybe it's been, like optimized for California because that's where Tesla is. It's where the most Tesla drivers are. But I'm in that same camp. I'm like those guys. It's like Santa Barbara's not in California, I guess. Because here, it all the time, you can't go a substantial distance without it.
I've heard this about Santa Barbara. I've heard this, that Tesla owners have said that there are some glitchy issues around the Santa Barbara area. That's what I heard. When I said I was coming up here to use it, a couple of people said, oh, you got to watch out. Some areas of Santa Barbara are hard for full self driving. And I was like, I haven't had that experience myself in Santa Barbara. Most of the time I'm on the main roads in Santa Barbara when we used it. I used it coming here and I didn't have any issues. So I have heard that. What I think is because it's a neural net and it learns from drivers, and the most drivers are in California, so the most data it's collecting are in California, that would make sense that its California driving skills are better than, let's say, Arizona, where there's probably substantially less Tesla drivers. So it has substantially less experience driving those roads. There's no doubt in my mind the way that the autonomous system works at Tesla in gathering all this data will bias towards where the data is gathered. There's no doubt. So I'm sure it works best in California.
But it doesn't. But I have all these problems here, and we have. We keep seeing these things. We talked about the buses,
right?
Just blowing past buses with the lights flashing and the stop sign out. It doesn't. I believe it sees it as a truck with its hazards on.
Right.
And when you come up to a truck with its hazards on, you just go around it.
Right. And I think these are the two examples we've been discussing are the school bus with the stop sign and the lights flashing, and then the emergency vehicles. And I think that's a labeling issue from a Tesla vision perspective. Like it needs to be able to identify these vehicles and react differently to them. And I don't know if they're labeled that way. And my guess is that they aren't. And it's just not identifying them as emergency vehicles or buses for children. But I'll give you an example. The bus I saw today, it was a school bus, but they were using it just as a regular bus, and they had blacked out the school part of the bus, and it just said bus, but it was a school bus, and it had the stop sign thing. So, it's really hard, like what's a real school bus versus an old school bus that nobody's using anymore. And then it's like, okay, and this is what we were discussing, do emergency vehicles and critical vehicles have some sort of transponder or some sort of way so that autonomous vehicle systems know that these are special vehicles?
But they need to know. We notified the world at the full page ad in the New York Times in November of last year, 7 months ago, that a Tesla will ignore the flashing lights on a school bus and drive right past it, sometimes not even slowing down. And we said it's not just totally illegal, it's totally dangerous.
Yeah, and I think that's what our goal of today is to address those issues.
Yeah. 7 months. Recently, somebody complained that sometimes on FSD, whatever, autopilot, that the windshield wipers come on when it's not raining. They just go back.
Yeah, I haven't had that.
And Elon responded online saying, we're going to get to work on that. And I'm saying, when do you work on school buses?
Right.
You've got to recognize school buses and you've got to stop, because if you don't, you'll run over a kid, like happened in March in North Carolina. The kid gets off the bus and then the Tesla blows right past the bus and hits him, and he was in the hospital for months, and he still hasn't fully recovered. That exact scenario we laid out 7 months ago, and they didn't work on it. I don't think they worked on it. Maybe
Well,
they did, but they didn't fix it.
Work on it.
And then we put it in the Super Bowl commercial. Exactly the same scenario, and it didn't work. And then a month later, a kid gets injured in exactly that same scenario, and now we're 3 months later, and as far as I can tell, they've done it.
Well, as we
is my
discussed,
problem.
I don't think that they've done that. I think what they've done, and you'll see when we drive around, is they've made it so tentative around any human. The car won't go near any human. Okay. So if a kid runs from behind a school bus in front of your car, any driver might hit that.
Not if they stop when they see the flash.
Yeah, but once
that's why we do
that's
it.
assuming the human does that.
No. Well, yes.
We can go and watch a school bus right now, and I'll show you humans drive right by the school bus and not kids.
Not often.
I don't know. I think people drive crap in this city for
But
sure.
that problem had to be addressed immediately when we brought it up. They didn't ask for our help. They didn't say, "Hey,
well, you didn't
show
per se approach them and, how can I help you manage it?"
Because we've been doing this for a year and a half, and they didn't do anything about anything.
Well, I think
so we went out and
you're saying that they haven't done anything. You don't know that they haven't done anything.
They haven't finished it because we just tested it again a few days ago, and we just tested it last night on 1144. Still goes past the school buses. It doesn't stop.
Right.
So if they worked on it, and for 7 months they've been working on this diligently, then we've got a problem because.
Well, I think that's what I think Tesla needs to address, right? So if we're going to say school buses, emergency vehicles, okay, so that's sort of our quest today is that Tesla address these things.
But there's many more things. It doesn't know what road signs are. I believe the only road sign it knows about is a stop sign. It does not know what a speed limit sign is. It gets it from its database. I can show that. And it doesn't know what the do not enter sign means. It doesn't know what a road close sign means. It doesn't know what the no right turn on red sign means. It doesn't know what any of those signs mean. How do you build a self-driving car? How do you design? I ask people this. If you were designing a self-driving car, you'd lay out a schedule and you say there's all these things they have to do. Somewhere in that schedule, there'd be a thing about
reading signs.
Do not enter.
Well, it definitely stop signs and yield signs.
Definitely see stop signs.
I just did a no right on red, and it did it right, and there was signs.
If there's an arrow, if there's a red arrow, it knows about the red arrow. But
no, it's not a red arrow. It's just you can't turn right on red. Did this the other day. We'll have to check that, I guess. But I agree. But there are many signs in many jurisdictions with different signs.
It's a big problem. You have to solve it before you give it to 400,000 consumers.
Well, once again,
you
didn't give it to the 400,000 consumers and say the car will drive itself, go to sleep in the back. You said it says on the actual warning that you have to actually drive the car.
And it says it might be the worst thing, the wrong thing at the worst time.
That's right. It says. So I don't think that there's any lack of clarity of the position the driver takes.
Even if you say the driver waived their rights by being an idiot and signing off on this, the people around them did not. All the other cars didn't sign that waiver.
Well, look, there's a guy who's at a bar right now in Santa Barbara drinking beers left and right. He's going to drive home right now. And that happens every night in Santa Barbara. Okay. Why do we let this happen? We know that this happens every night. Why do we let it happen?
Good point, but let me work on your point. Does he get home?
No, some of them don't.
Some. Most nights.
But more people die
from
drunk driving every year than any other driving accident. Okay.
It's a new argument.
So why do we let people do it?
I don't know. And that's fine. And that's
but maybe the Dawn Project should just work on that because you'll save a lot more lives than worrying about full self-driving, which has killed maybe less than a handful of people that we can't even prove.
At least 17 according to NHTSA.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's accurate. We have to really look at it.
But back to our guy at the bar. They almost always get home.
But when they don't, they kill people.
I know.
But we literally let the bar stay open till 2 a.m. drinking.
I understand.
Nobody driving at 2 a.m.
I'm not defending drunk driving. And somebody else. I've got one problem. I can't solve all the world's
But how do bars get away with this? Now, why do we let bars do this?
Don't ask me.
Well,
I
you're
didn't ask the law.
the safety guy, so we're going to
Not
deal
I'm
with
about computers.
okay, well, but I'm saying that human behavior is not something you can change. You can't make people who read a thing that says you need to pay attention to the car and not just driving with children. And if this is new software that's not perfect and can do the wrong thing, which it clearly says. And so if there's an assumption of, well, the people using this should pay attention to what they just clicked on.
When we did poll this, we asked people about this. We asked people if the full self-driving system doesn't understand stop signs or not stop, do not enter signs and road closed signs, should it be taken off the road immediately? 90%, or I think that's 87% for that one.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a fair question. I mean,
it's a simple one.
If I think if an older person can't pass a very simple test on their abilities, physical abilities, they shouldn't be allowed to drive.
I don't drive full self-driving because I don't trust them. I have somebody half my age driving me.
Right, but I don't know that you can afford that. Right now, in Santa Barbara, down the street in Montecito, there are 90-year-olds driving all over the place.
And it's legal.
And if I go, boom, they'll fall over.
Man.
So why are we letting this? Dan, we got to go out there and stop all these old people. You have to drive. I think it's way more dangerous that we let 85-year-old people like my stepfather drive. It's way more dangerous than testing software.
I'm go do it. Get somebody else to do it. I'm on computers. So
right, but I'm just saying that if there are critical safety issues with driving that can be addressed right now with drunk driving and older or younger drivers that are high risk and crash all the time, and the data clearly shows this. And then we have full self-driving where we literally have maybe a handful of injuries and deaths in hundreds of thousands of people testing software that might save tens of thousands of lives. Like, maybe we're not focusing on the right problems. Or I haven't even brought up guns yet. I mean, you do those, right? But I mean, I'm just saying, like an 18-year-old kid with mental health problems can go into a shop and buy a gun right now in California, and it takes them a week to get it, but they get a gun in a week, and every weekend, 20 people are shot. Every weekend, we're not dealing with that either. But, so Elon's more worried about the transgender issues on Twitter than he is worried about gun violence. So it seems like
the problem.
a lot of fixing the problem.
Let's get back to this.
It's all I'm saying that
I don't think it's not
that of the things that we can worry about in society, this seems to be one that is warranted a Super Bowl ad and full page ads in the paper. I think getting the attention about critical safety issues is important. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like, to some degree, there's a lot that you're not giving them credit for that they are trying to do. And I don't think that they're ignoring the issues of these issues.
I brought them all up. They've been up for not just a few months. Some of them more than a year.
They're pretty tough to solve. I think that's the other side is like, how do I solve them?
Still don't. Yes, but we're putting, if the baby formula was tainted and there was something wrong with it and kids were dying, there were problems, you don't keep selling it. You take it off the market.
Most of the baby food in America that's sold is bad for babies.
I don't know.
Well, my name's Gerber. I never gave my kids Gerber baby food. Ever. Because it's not good for them. It's filled with sugar and all this crap. You think Nestle makes good products for people? No, it's bad for people. It's all bad for people. Look at how obese our society is. So many companies today operate in a manner that isn't good for people. So many, whether it's guns or alcohol or Mondelez, chemical companies. How about oil companies? I mean, how about our coastline and the oil companies and what they're doing? So when you think about it, Tesla is one of the few companies that actually has put some effort. Some companies have like negative effort on safety. Like they literally don't care at all. Like if you're a cigarette company, you're not worried about safety. You're selling vapes. You're like, how do I get kids addicted? Oh, I'm selling vapes. So, and that's really my point is that Tesla is working really hard on safety and they have these issues and they're legitimate, but to say that they're not trying to address them or they don't care or it's not a priority, I don't think it's fair. I think it is to find out.
I think you should find out from them how many engineers they have working on these like.
Well, I think that's our goal
Ten
today.
issues.
That's our goal today is we're going to get answers to these questions. And that's my goal. That's why I came up here. I love Santa Barbara and your hospitality has been great. But I'm doing this stuff ultimately, hopefully make Tesla a better company and make this work because I see the upside in autonomy in saving tons of lives. And so I also don't want that software to be slowed down because we have a bunch of government regulators, who really have no idea what they're doing. And so, I don't think the government is the solution. I think holding companies accountable is the solution, what you're doing. But I think your approach is not serving the need. We need to get results.
I'm trying. I've tried all different mechanisms.
But slowing down, stopping the development doesn't.
I'm not for stopping development. I'm for not putting a product that we know has serious defects in it in the hands of consumers.
Right, but what I'm saying is there isn't serious defects. There isn't serious defects.
Well,
these are defects that are being worked. But it's got to learn. It's got to learn how to do this.
No, it doesn't have to learn that way. You teach it about that. And road signs, you have to teach it about do not enter signs.
But just think about it from a statistical perspective. There's 400,000 people full self-driving. And let's say this weekend they use it. Okay. We won't hear of anybody hitting a vehicle, an emergency vehicle this weekend. Out of 400,000 people.
They aren't using it that much.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
They're worse.
They're using it for billions and billions of hours. Hold up.
Before the stack merged, they were using it. Each full self-driving owner was using it about 1 mile per day.
But basically, you're
1 mile per day.
It's not being used much.
Well, my brother-in-law is an example. I asked him about it. He's a believer. He's got it. He bought it. My sister won't ride.
Well, my wife doesn't use it. She has it.
Yeah. But the reason is he took it out and drove it around town a bunch, and then it did something dangerous, like it tried to run him into another car. And he said, my life is worth more than that. I'll just put it aside. Maybe I'll wait 6 months or 3 months and I'll try it again. And people have been doing it. Most of those people who bought the product, that's what they're doing. They try it. They realize it's not helping me.
So that's like the guy goes to the bar and has one beer and drives home safely.
Right.
So then it's fine. People who aren't wanting to test it or have that responsibility aren't using it, then that's exactly fine.
Right. That's fine.
But I think out of 400,000 people, a lot of them are going to use it this weekend, and we won't hear of any of them running over a fire truck.
Well, we won't know because
we'll know for sure. If a Tesla hits any vehicle, trust me, I'm the most nervous Tesla driver of all. Imagine if I crashed my Tesla. That would be like national news. Okay. Right. Ross Gerber crashes his people.
There is a report.
Like I gotta drive you around now, and I'm worried if I crash. I'm worried about me driving. I'm less worried about the car. I mean, I'll scare the crap out of you with my driving. You're going to love full self-driving by the time you're done driving with me. We're going to see if I can get a damn heart attack today. And it'll be like, can you put on the full self-driving? By the end of the drive, trust me, you'll want full self-driving back.
All right.
So should we go for a try?
I'll go try it. We could go try my commute to the office from here.
Well, we will. We're going to go do that. So should we wrap up this portion of the show and we'll move on to the fun and exciting? All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to part 2, our drive through Santa Barbara and all the fun and excitement we're going to have. So thank you for watching so far, and we'll be back on soon. I don't know if we're live yet. Are we live?
It is going to be the same thing?
It'll be the same thing, yeah.
Okay.
I go out this way, right?
You can
yeah,
go
by the
either
red coat.
way.
Are we live?
We're live.
All right.
Live.
This is kind of exciting. We're live. We put top of the car because Santa Barbara doesn't have great cell connection. Anyone can see them and meet. Kind of going through Dan's property here. It's quite lovely. Nice. That's my garden.
Yeah.
This way?
That's straight ahead.
Straight.
So we're going to just drive around a little bit on full self-driving. We're kind of up here in Montecito. And this is actually one of my favorite areas. It's really nice up here. I think it's left the way down. No. I could demonstrate my human driving. The newest version. This is 11.4.4.
4. Okay, thanks. We got it.
It just came down like I think yesterday or the day before, 2 days ago.
Yep, we got it.
Because like you can see, like it's got clear identification of vehicles and it sees the lights on this vehicle, so it should be able to sirens at some point if it's not now. When you're talking about it's a lot more. Now, one of the phone, my hands are off the wheel, and so it's going to warn me, at some point, there it goes, can't do it. So it will disengage me for using the phone. And see, I'm wearing sunglasses, so it knew I was looking down, or it saw. I don't think it can see the phone. So I do think it looks at your head, not your eyes.
But I think all this driving is really easy for full self-driving. These are sort of basic roads without people. But most of the experience I've had with full self-driving on people is that it's set so conservatively around people, it's ridiculous. There's your school bus sign. There must be a school bus up here. School up here.
Are we hunting for a school bus now?
Well, there's no school bus. There's no school. There's Westmount College. I don't think people use school buses. So where we are right now, we're sort of a little bit outside of Montecito. Driving, I don't know. This is 192. This is sort of the back way when there's a lot of traffic on the 101. It's a secret. I don't know if we're going to encounter troubling things until we get into Montecito. About different companies and products. Yes, in America, there are many companies that are allowed to sell products that are bad for us. Self-driving or Tesla, bad for us. But we do live in a country that, cigarettes are legal, drinking at bars, these things are legal, and they're bad for us and dangerous. And that's what Tesla's doing is not above. It's transportation, and they're trying to make it efficient to cigarettes, for example. Social media is being more similar to cigarettes. You see how it's slowing down now? This is a new thing because I have 35 is the speed limit, but it knows to slow down around these turns. Okay, we got some road work. That should be interesting. I'm trying to get to a disengagement. I'm actually trying to find a place to challenge it because my drive is super. Yeah, I mean, I need some cone. Guys, some cone. Yeah, guys running. All right, here we go. 1 lane road ahead. Let's see how it does it. So it still keeps giving me the knack to make sure that I'm holding the steering wheel. Sorry.
Been a lot of warnings for this construction
I know,
site.
that's what I'm saying.
It's like building the anticipation.
No, people are like, wow, this is riveting. There's nothing like a drive through Santa. All right, here we go. We got cones. We got people. I don't think this is a hard one though. See, sometimes the cones and the lanes and this and that can get confusing, but let's see what it does here. People are like, we're watching a boring drive. Yes, that's the point.
I know, we might have to pivot and start doing carpool karaoke.
Okay, here it goes. Standing there doesn't pass by that guy at all. It does not like dudes with signs at all. I had this with another construction. See, watch. See, now that there's a person, it goes real slow by these people. It is real. How it's made it excessively safe around people and these kind of things. Now it sees the person again. Does it see the sign? Hey, don't worry, I'm not driving, sir. All right, good car.
Keep just referring to it as car.
I've never really named vehicles. People do. They're like, my car's name is Charisse or something. What's your car's name?
Actually, I don't have one for this one.
Okay.
My last one was Blackjack.
Okay. Your last car was Blackjack?
Yeah, my TT.
Why? Why was it black?
Okay. It was the first thing that came to my mind.
I actually played Blackjack.
No.
No.
I
my
know a singular game, and it's craps.
You play much?
I don't know.
You play much? Yeah, I can see. Oh my God, there's a fire truck.
Oh,
That's perfect.
What a treat!
It's like, did you plan this, Nancy? They're going to say Dan planned this. He planned it. You put the fire truck there.
All the time we see a kid running out into the
If we
middle
got a
of the road.
kid and a fire truck, we got a kid in a fire truck, they're going to say this is rigged for sure.
all right. There's just a fire station right here.
I know, but like, I really want to see like how it visualizes this fire truck. You see,
I got a shot.
see it's there.
Sees it already.
It sees it as like a truck with the lights. No, it looks like a regular truck. It's not a fire truck. So that is definitely something they need to do. And I think that's just a labeling thing, you know? To identify. Well, it doesn't look like another truck. But the way it sees it as a truck.
And that seems to be its problem with
Yeah,
school
they need that,
as trucks.
and it seems like not a difficult thing to fix. All right, here we got baby stroller, but they're safely on the side.
It only shows one person on the vision.
The good and the bad of that.
All right, so what's it doing here?
Well, what's doing is it's confused by the lanes because
We
it's
have
like
right
this.
of way here. It's just the
Oh,
road.
So it's just being excessively cautious. No, it's the 16-year-old. It's but see, what I like about it is it didn't do anything impulsive. It kind of sat. You know,
I've noticed it signals when it's just around a bend.
This is
why does it do that?
This is an annoying thing that's been happening from this update where it signals even to do like little things sometimes for a second, and I'm like, why is it signaling right now? I don't.
Was it not signaling? And now it's kind of complicated.
It seems to not know which way it wants to go now, but it figured it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
that's not better than your average driver.
No, but so I think there's also this is not internet connection. This road here is like a small road.
I feel like
I'm not at all.
He's got it. He knows.
I know he doesn't
save us.
I'm not very well. Oh, there it's going through there. Don't worry. But I think this is a good test. You know, should I disengage and show Dan how I would drive this road? Wow. See, this is a little tricky because the curve well over here. But I like how it real nice and slow around these turns now. You know, wasn't really doing that before. This is easy to drive by any means. Just fine.
Yellow line.
Yeah, but it knows it. It knows it can. It does everybody in front of us. Because we just did this on a construction where it shouldn't do stuff. I haven't disengaged. Hold sign, okay? That was a fairly proper yield. It will. Look at that. It's going to make it. I'm impressed I haven't finished yet. I thought I would. So this is another thing it's done recently. This is a new thing where it's stopping well before
this is where the.
Oh, okay. We're at the thing. So now let's go to Green Hills and trip. Now let's go to. We made it to our destination. No interventions. Let's see. Now we need a new trip. Okay.
Aren't we going to a certain address?
No, we got here. This is the address.
This is our address?
Not our final one.
No.
Guess it was just to avoid it going on the freeway.
Oh, I see.
So now we've got to get on the road here. And now we're going to more populated area. So we've now officially done very windy, sort of Santa Barbara Road. Now this is sort of, I think we're in Montecito area now, or downtown. Oh, is this Santa Barbara?
Yeah, this is the mission right here.
Oh, okay, the mission. We all love the beautiful history of our missions.
The only operating mission.
Still operating?
Yeah.
Still oppressing people? No. So now we're like, this I think for me is where it's more challenging. Like you have lots of things going on here. You got a big intersection, lots of cars, no problem. People. Haven't had any issues like wrong speed limits or anything. That is pretty good, actually, because it does pretty much know what speed it's supposed to be going. Oh, there's a Tesla.
Hi, Brian.
Oh, is that a Prius or a Tesla?
That?
Oh, now this guy. Sorry.
Ooh.
Sorry. My car doesn't want to drive now because you fooled it. The human thought I was driving. But I think, especially because it does drive the speed limit, that's also safer because I think most people don't actually. Yeah. Including. Oh, this is Los Alamos. This is a good little area down here. So we're still cruising. I wish this was more exciting for you, but it's not because it's doing a pretty good job. So, all right, here we got a human. Look at how safe this is, Dan. It doesn't want to run her over at all.
Definitely
It won't
over
go
4 feet tall.
Well, yeah, she's not that tall. Oh, you
More than
mean
4
you
feet.
mean it has to be a small human
Yeah.
to get run over?
No, let's see. Right. That's not.
Well, it didn't want to. But the times there's stuff in the middle, and it doesn't want to smash into on the left turn. That's why it kind of overcompensates on the right. See, it won't go near this woman. That's one of the things it does. Now, here's something it doesn't recognize. There's a bump pool. That it doesn't see. And that's one of those things that I'm not sure how it will deal with, like, because it's low.
That's the same issue with anything that's flat on the road, right?
Right. But this is what I was saying. Like, you can teach it where to raise the suspension, but they were talking about having a way to mark where there's things like this so that the car would know to slow down in that specific spot because of the fact. See, now this human's walking too close to the car and it slows down because he's doing that. That's what the car doesn't like. It doesn't like humans that are trying to like get close to the car. It'll get conservative. That's real. Speed. A lot of Teslas in Santa Barbara.
Oh, there are a lot.
It's kind of a talented. All right. I love Santa Barbara. What a great town. This town is great. If you haven't been to Santa Barbara, those of you who are watching, I'm sure riveted by this video. It's great. It's a great town. I think in the last couple of years too, it's just seemed to just get better and better. Now we're by a school. It seems to have slowed down even more so. I don't think it knows. Honestly. All right.
Decided to go left now. I'm going to go right.
That's going to. Oh, so your officer. Perform very well because it does dance in the car. Elon put a special. Oh, here we go.
I'm like, what if we get an update?
We're gonna
right
crash
when we're
right
driving?
now. Yeah. All right, we got people. We got a weird light
We got
that's
a
flashing.
flasher.
I don't know how we're gonna get around this. This is gonna be a good one because the light's flashing red. Does it know a flashing red light and how to
Oh, does it
deal
know
with
the
it?
skateboard?
Oh, there's a
So
one wheel guy. It got the one wheel
Hi.
guy. Oh, it does.
Buddy.
It figured out the flashing light stop sign. Very good. Well, now we have a woman not paying attention, walking in the middle of the street. She's been shopping. Car very tentatively. But look, won't go near her. Won't even go near her. Won't even. Yes, you're safely out of the way. And now this guy, he looks like he's pulling out. Won't go near him. Look at that. That's not bad. That's good. Good job, car. And we're almost at Dan's office here. And it's kind of a sweet
So is
life.
this stop number 1 and then we go to stop number 2?
I don't know. We can go somewhere else, but I don't know if it's going to be any more.
Or we can go out to,
We gotta.
try the bus.
What we gotta do is we gotta find like a whole bunch of challenging stuff.
and we got a place for you.
No, I'm not talking fake challenges. Real challenges.
It's real challenging stuff.
All right, we're at Dan's office. I'm taking over now. That was really exciting. Everybody, thank you for enjoying our ride into Santa Barbara. And now I will be turning around at some place here, and you will notice that the human driving is a little bit shady compared to the computer. Oh, my wife prefers the computer. She won't even drive. Do we lose our chase car?
Oh yeah.
Um,
Awesome. We were too
I'm
good.
kind of thinking we should just go to the town somewhere. We're not going to do this all day. We got to find someone really challenging.
One-way street. You just did.
I just did exactly what the Tesla's not supposed to do. Now, how would I have known that it was only the one street? Didn't say. I didn't say.
That wasn't fun.
See, everybody, it is safer than a human. Now, I did not do that on purpose. Where's the sign?
I just saw it. It's
The-
right there.
Oh, right there. Oh, there's the sign. Okay, well,
There you go.
clearly marked. Thank God for you guys. It's amazing that we could just prove in just a second. I have no idea how to drive.
3 pickles.
What?
I'm just
Good
reading the
sandwiches
sign.
and then
Looks good.
3 pickles?
3.
Well, right now we're just hungry, so everything.
I know. Everything looks good. I'm a big pickle fan.
Yeah, I am too. Actually, I just pickles from Katz's Deli in New York. That was actually a score.
It was a really good one.
I ordered pastrami from Katz's Deli, and they like overnighted.
I'm at the farmer's
I think we should go
market.
down, huh?
Yeah.
I want to find like I don't see Santa Barbara's kind of a small, really that much danger here. I feel like we're turned. Yeah, Santa Barbara is a nice town for traffic. I can tell you that. LA is just like you can't go anywhere. This human is not walking. Should I just go? All right. Probably important. Oh, that's not too hard. Should we just go?
Got it. We've got a school bus.
Where's the school bus?
I can give you the addresses.
Uh-huh.
for that matter. But it's been working pretty smooth. I haven't seen any issues. Let's see. Yeah, see, here's the no right on red arrow, but it has the arrows. It definitely sees that. I don't know. It's too. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this. I might just go to sleep.
Try.
Well, I don't know. Should we tell people a story or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd love to hear a story.
So why? So it let you, like play with this thing for quite a while.
Because I wasn't on full self-driving.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't let me do that if it's on full self-driving.
okay. That's why I was checking that.
Yeah. You gotta like. That's what I was saying. It's like safer to use it because it like doesn't let you do things like type in addresses. But I think what I wanted to show you too is just how they've set it so it's so conservative about humans, and it's just like really. So I was trying to get my son to come, but he wanted to go to the beach. But he's about 4 feet tall.
Put him in the boat and see.
Yeah, I got 2. You know,
That's bad.
I'll do it.
I'm not worried about it. That's what I'm saying. Not worried about it. I think the other issues you brought up are much more of it hitting a human. So the issue,
Well, we can demonstrate that too.
yeah, but once again, see. But you know, I mean, I think the software is working as good as you could ask it to be. That sounds like a killer. That's definitely not my car.
This camera?
No, it's that one up there.
All right, so now we just got on the freeway. Now we're moving to another skill set, which is going on and off freeways. There's actually a police car behind us, but like we actually can't speed. Well, we can't speed because we're going 65.
That's a speed limit, right?
It's gonna pull us over and be like, "What are you guys doing?"
Just letting the car
It's like,
drive.
what's the
Well, that happened in San Francisco. You know, they were trying to pull over one of the Waymo cars, and then the passengers were just in the back, like, I don't know what to do. Because they were like, pull over.
This cop pulls us over. They're like, "Listen, we got 7 cameras and the car cameras. They haven't done anything. We can't speed. We can't do anything wrong because we're not even actually driving."
Better not do anything wrong because we got 7 cameras.
I better. I won't do anything. I promise. I really don't know if I want to drive 15 more minutes on the freeway. Actually, I know I don't. Oh, the cop left us. He followed us. Oh, come on. We were too boring for the police officer.
Yes, no.
He knew it. He knew we were on full self-driving. All right, I think we need a destination. This is too far. I'm hungry. Let's go get food. Go to the charging station. This is really the nice thing too. The
Yeah.
superchargers are great. They're like just wonderful, lovely things. And now that it's open to the other EV makers, I think EV adoption is just like kind of massively increase. You can actually set it to drive faster than the speed, but they've now limited it to 85. But the other thing it was doing that recently that I thought was really cool was it was like staying in a lane, and then I was like, is it not going to get over? And then it like gets over at the right time. before it was just sort of like doing it way early. It's kind of annoying. It's like sitting in.
Well, earlier we were thinking that it was going to wait till the last second to get over, and then neither of us knew that the lane that we were already in was a turn lane.
Yes.
So you better than us.
Yeah, it was smarter than us. Now we're getting off of it. Right? All right, let's see how we do with this off ramp. Yeah, Santa Barbara is actually a lovely driving city. I don't think
we could cover this many miles.
I know,
We're in
that's what I'm
LA.
saying. I don't think there's a street in LA that's not under construction. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And did you see what they were doing with the bike lanes in Santa Monica the other day?
Well, yeah,
Talk about
I mean,
making it hard for the cars.
that's why there was construction in front of my place for about a whole year, but I left Santa Monica.
Look,
So.
we're calling another Tesla right to the supercharger. But basically, like, you know, we're not that far away from giving up driving. Ooh, pull you right into the charger. Go ahead. You reach our destination.
I should teach the Tesla.
Do like everything. Hey, now we're at the supercharger station. Give it a little quick boost. Hey. All right. Let's get a little charge. See what we're doing. You haven't hit anybody yet. Okay, good.
Battery pack
Good.
down.
Not a beer or something. So one of the things about the software that I think is really cool was the other day I was in Santa Monica and a lot of older people and they were having a party or drinking wine and hanging out, whatever. And, you know, at the end of the night, their thing, a bunch of them got in their Teslas and went home. And for a lot of older people too, like my parents have, like my mom had some vision issues in driving. This is something she's really able to do. And with full self-driving, it's just a matter of time till I think a whole generation of older people are, able to drive safe. And I think that's the software and the way it can affect people's actual lives in a positive way. I'm also concerned about my kid driving when he turns 16. And I think this car addresses a lot of the risks that young drivers face. If they're driving at all, it'll be optional. But from the safety perspective, I feel a lot more comfortable with my kid driving. Tesla can monitor everything, set maximum speed limits. And I just find that to be a really positive thing. You ever see the Grateful Dead? You're from that era?
Not in person. No.
No. Because you're, I think, just old enough to cut probably all the greatest bands of all time.
Yeah.
They were probably like a teenager or something.
Late teens.
Yeah.
College.
But I mean, you could have got Jimi Hendrix. You could have gone to Woodstock probably, huh? Maybe too young.
Absolutely young.
Yeah, too young.
14 or 15 then. So.
Yeah, so 13's maybe would have more likely caught like Led Zeppelin or something from the 70s.
Sure. I mean, I wasn't there.
You weren't
Yeah, rock concert, whatever.
paparazzi. You're like, it's like Prince Harry. Just let Prince Harry have every day. Bunch of people tested.
Oh, I didn't realize that was right in
No,
front
you
of
just
us.
thought it was like more fans following us. Tesla fans.
Happens.
Yeah, it does. So that Tesla Troy come by. That was exciting.
Is he driving around with us too?
No, Tesla Troy just came by, say hi. I guess he was watching the live stream and saw where we were. He lives in Santa Barbara. And this Alexander.
I thought that we were like starting a fleet,
Yeah, no, she was
Slowly
very.
we'd bring on a couple more Teslas, and all of a sudden there'd be just a whole.
She was very concerned that Dan would have some way to change the software in my car through his telepathy to exploding or something. And I said, Alexander, why don't you just come? But she was too busy. I mean, it's kind of geeky just going 65 on the freeway. Like, considering the cop was just following us. Like,
Oh, we do look a little funky, I think.
what, a GoPro and a Starlink?
GoPro on top of the car, GoPro
That's
and
not normal.
Starlink.
I mean, people look at these Waymo cars, they got like,
Got
all
like
kinds
a
of
wheel
whiz bang
fan
things
going the
on.
whole time.
yeah.
We're just doing our own version of that.
But by the way, we're still on full self-driving. Again, not very eventful on the freeway. As you can see, driving the speed limit, everybody's passing us. Yeah. I think speed limits are more like suggestions because you're either stuck in traffic or it's speeding. Sounds like. But from a highway perspective, I've been really happy with the upgrade from autopilot to self-driving highway. So you don't have the newest versions of the Tesla. You have the 2012 Model S, and then you have the Roadster. And then was your son driving a Tesla or no?
That's it.
Yes. Oh, right. Yeah, the Lucid. Oh, look at this guy. Whoa. There's a disengagement. Whoa.
To the left.
Yeah. That guy. What is that guy's problem? That's a human. He's like, why are you driving so slow? Like, that's the speed limit? But like yelling at us for driving the speed limit.
Possibly. I'm good at yelling too, though.
It's like, well, it's all on video.
Need a cab.
All right. Now we can re-engage. That was a human trying to run us off the road. Just typical California experience. Actually, you're not allowed to drive the speed limit. I was just saying. Very angry that we were driving the speed limit.
What?
He was like pissed that we were going 65. Look at it, he's swerving in
Yeah,
between
you're pissed
people.
at that person too.
Yeah. So we came up and like trying to like run us off the road.
See, that's how everyone was driving when I drove into West Hollywood the other day, but there was about 20 of them.
That's what I said. I mean, everybody in LA drives. It's because I was trying to speed. Bad guy.
How much over the speed limit are you allowed to set it?
I mean, on the highway, you could set it at 85. But I won't go higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed when it's over 85, like, it's just, you're moving too fast for it to react to certain things.
Right.
This is what the LiDAR people were telling me, like, you know, a certain amount of feet it takes to stop, you know. Oh, I figured that out. Like, this is an exit that's on like on the other side.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Knew that. Okay, this is kind of an interesting intersection. Stopping for traffic. Let's see those signs.
It doesn't know what they mean.
Yeah, I don't
Luckily,
see
the
it.
map
It doesn't.
knows that that's the one paid there.
The map knows, but like you see the stop signs, but there's no like denotations for signs itself, and those are like big red signs. So that's something that, like, if it sees a stop sign, it should definitely see that, right?
Right.
Once
Those are
you
stop
understand-
signs. All right. It recognizes stop signs.
Yeah, like it would probably think that's a stop sign.
Makes you wonder why they didn't teach it that.
No,
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, what level, like, can it actually like read? You see, now it's like, is this a stop sign or what? What do I do here? Oh, I figured it out. It's getting better at this sort of like do, and then it's
Like making a decision?
yeah, like because I used to just disengage it because I'm like, it doesn't know what to do. Oh, is here the circle? Sweet. And now it's still like kind of like
Oh, getting honked.
okay. Okay, 16. No, we gotta
My grandma gets honked at too.
take your time. Good job. All right, did it. No problem. Yeah, it seems like that's its new thing. It like slows down when it's not sure, and then it kind of thinks it out, and then it makes a move. That's kind of an improvement because I used to end up just disengaging those because I would be like, why is it not doing something? And then I
Right.
wouldn't do something quick enough. So I would just disengage because, you know, I like to just be sitting there. But it seems to be like thinking those things out now. But I mean, certainly in comparison to other drivers, we're certainly not holding up anybody. I mean, look at this guy going 25 and 35. It's like, I'm sure he's not on full self-driving. He doesn't know what to do. I don't know how long it will take this. See the So I think you should get a new plaid. With full driving. It's a good deal. They're like 110 grand now, 115.
We listen to talk radio.
No, this is like Grateful Dead radio, where it's like a bunch of old deadheads talk about like what they miss. And
Do you ever call in, chime in?
no, I don't, because I'm not old enough. I'm like the youngest of the deadheads. You know, I was like the last.
Elizabeth's a little younger.
No, she's not a real deadhead. She's old by this guy. I would not wait for this. I disadvantaged. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. See, I would have just gone by him a lot faster than that. Hesitated, then decided to go buy it, and he was like, no. Oh,
No.
there we go.
That was you breaking?
I broke.
Yeah. Crash.
I wasn't going to wait and find out because I saw the two cars going at each other, so I wasn't going to test that one. But I certainly wasn't going to let.
I'm sure I've got the nerves.
What?
I'm not sure I've got the nerves for this.
You're not sure? Well, you just survived. No, I told you that humans have to be engaged. I mean,
Yeah.
like, obviously, I'm not going to like smash into some car, even if it would have stopped. I don't care. You know.
Yeah.
I have to call. I'm crossing at the same time. Testing.
Had it seen the
We'll have
stop
to go
sign on
back
its
and-
visualization, or was it just going to go straight
I think
through
it's.
the stop
I'm
sign?
not sure. I didn't give it a chance to.
I've been able to see.
Yeah, like I didn't really want to give it a chance because
I'm not sure.
those two cars were clearly in the way.
Have you ever driven that on?
Yeah, but I've driven that way before, and it's not just blasting through the stop sign like that.
No, it hasn't.
We were over when you slapped the brakes. So.
Well, I should have stopped when I stopped it, right? It didn't stop fast enough, that's for sure.
Yeah.
For what the two people were doing. But that was like sort of a good example of like you have this like stop sign, people go like this.
If it had obeyed the stop sign, that wouldn't have been.
No, but she
wouldn't
like
have been an
she
issue.
like came at me, and I was like, I'm just backing off her because the other guy, she cut off the other guy. She's up, and with us, it was just like too close for comfort. They needed it. This is really
It was really pretty.
yeah. It's really cool because there's so many different trees up here. It's not
Sure, it
like
was
just
close
like
to hear
one,
that. I was
one
walking it up.
space. Up here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wood, then you got a palm tree.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw you have some of those trees, maples there too. I love those trees. This guy. Oh, I think there's a stop sign there.
Like,
But like, you know what? I owe you a stop. It's like,
That's like a status thing.
yeah,
Big, long.
huge long front door.
oh, that was.
That was our turn.
Oh, no. No, we just went by it.
10:30 is the latest. That's it.
It's here. All right, back. Yeah, once up here, it's like
don't really want to shout it out on the live.
yeah. I was gonna say on the live stream, give Dan's gate code. I'm sure everybody will be here.
So I don't even know the gate code. It's got a clicker.
You can always climb it, right? Yeah, I'd probably like never go back. Hey, all right. Well, we made it almost perfectly. Only almost one death, and that was
now, right?
Yeah.
Small
We're
file.
done. We're about to go live in about a few seconds. We're going live. We're live.
All right. Hey, guys. I am John Burnell from AI Act here with Dan O'Dowd. We're about to do his famous we're about to do one of his famous tests here in his area where we have a school bus, and we're going to see exactly how the car performs. So I have just turned the wheel over to FSD, and there is a person with a dog in the crosswalk who just finished. And so we didn't get fortunate to see how the car performs there because they were left before we got there. But let's see how it performs on some of the tasks we have in front of us, shall we? Again, this is my own personal vehicle with FSD Beta on it. So we're taking a long time to turn the stop sign. We had a good ability to go. There's a car coming head on. It's kind of slowing down and getting around for them. And then there's a school bus here with a sign flashing. It is slowing down, but it's a complete stop. Dan, you'd like to comment on that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it takes almost 10 seconds to get us through that intersection. Now we have a stop sign again on the bus. It is visibly flashing. It doesn't really know what it wants to do. It says limiting max speed for road type, and now brings us to 25.
It did show a stop sign on the display for a split second, but way in front of the school bus. And then it started slowing down, and then it went straight past it.
And again, it just went right through that road close sign.
Do you want to make the visualization full screen? So
yes, we definitely can do that for the viewers at home. Love to do that. Let's turn on that FSD again and see how it performs. Oh, it's going to go the wrong direction, so I'll take back over. Got a nice little speed bump here, so let's turn it on. Oh, doesn't really like it.
Turn one down to 28 Vermont Valley.
I do have to say it's doing a good job with the speed bump. It used to not always be good with speed bumps, but I think that's something maybe they've improved.
That's a new thing, yeah.
Yeah. I remember 2 years ago when we first started doing our tests, before they even had this current visualization, it wouldn't even show. It would show a speed bump on screen, but not know how to react and just go straight over it. About 2 years ago on beta. Again, here's the stop sign. Hard on the brakes there. Way harder than a human would be. And here we go. Let's look at the screen here. Let's see if there's any stop sign that signifies on the bus. It does show the bus.
Front of the bus.
But yeah. It's interesting to know. And again, right through the road closure sign. I mean, how many times should we do this?
It's not going to learn no matter how many times you do it.
No, I do find it interesting. Like, I mean, the car does, it's able to get us A to and follow every rule going from A to B. I think that's what we're kind of proving right here. If we can get the gifts, we're just on 2 blocks.
Dan, what do you think about a software company that doesn't teach a self-driving car with a school bus is a very close thing?
Well, that I've actually asked a lot of people that question. If you were designing a self-driving car, the engineering for it, where would you put the part about learning about roads, closed signs, and do not enter signs. Would you put that before or after you shipped it to 400,000 consumers? Interestingly, only Tesla shareholders get the answer to that question.
Well, I was to say, I used to actually data label for Tesla, and I never once labeled a school bus with a stop sign in my 2 years being there. And for the audience at home, I want you to really look now. I have moved my feet completely over to the left to give you a really, really good view of what the pedals look like, just to show you that we are not imitating or faking any of this. Here's the stop sign again. There's a person walking in front of us. There are people, but it's still...
Quick at the top, it said stopping for stop sign, but it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it just
shows those signs.
That's interesting.
So we call those occupancy networks. Is that the right term? It just shows that it is indistinct blob where that sign.
I'm not really sure what to call that. Most of the work I worked on was road A and a bunch of lane assist and stuff like that. But so I wish I could answer more honestly on that, but I'm sure you probably know a little bit more on that.
Well, we just noticed it showing up. It's where we see an object like a sign, but it doesn't understand it, but it sees something. Then it puts up one of the little gray blobs on the screen.
Interesting. I'll have to pay more attention to that.
And it doesn't like going through gray blobs.
So again, guys, I'm going to put my feet all the way to the left here on the screen showing the pedals and steering wheel. And I'll show you again. I think last time my hand was a little bit up here, so I'm going to move that over to the side so that doesn't get in the way either, just for full transparency. It really does not like to take this turn.
Because its camera's in the Beta, it can't see around the corner.
This truck is troublesome.
There you go. Now you got a good view of the pedals and
Flashed up again.
it doesn't even slow down a second for this road close sign. Well, I think I've seen what I need to see here. What do you guys think about this whole system?
I'd want to see the road close signs like more in the middle of the road and see what it does at that point.
Well, for those that are watching at home right now live, we will be back with Dan and the team tomorrow, where we will be doing a dedicated AI addict video, where we're going to have a lot more surprises than just the school bus. And Dan has agreed to all my terms, and I've agreed to all of his. And I think we have a really, really great surprise for you that's coming up in that video that we're going to be doing tomorrow. Wouldn't you say, Dan? Yeah.
John, just hold up a minute. We'll get the signs in the road a bit more.
Just hold up a minute?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll put the
they're
signs
moving
in
the
road.
signs.
Perfect. We'll just pull over here and we'll just give it a little bit of a delay to see what happens when you move the signs. But so far, I'm shocked that it doesn't want to stop for that stop sign. Like you said, Arthur, it did show it in front of the school bus, and I'm curious if the reason it's doing that is because when we did train the stop sign detection, when we did data labeling, it always did see stop signs at a very specific size, and that might make it think it is further away, like you did imply.
Yes, possible.
I think
we have seen it stop at that, right?
What do you mean?
I've seen that when it does puts the stop sign with a pole on it, where it's actually connected to the bus, thinks it's a stop sign and it stops.
If you drop like a PVC pipe maybe underneath it to like imitate.
No, even without that, it visualizes it with the pole on the screen, and then it will sometimes come to a complete stop, like it's at a stop sign. Does it's an actual stop, no, rather than a rolling stop. And then carries on past, even if there are children around. What I have seen it do successfully is if a person is doing road construction and they're holding the sign, but that's mostly because they get up close near the Tesla, and every time there's a Tesla, they get close to it. I think that's probably why it detects that too, because it's a pedestrian. But that's interesting that it imitates a pole on the visualization. So how's it looking with those signs here, Arthur? I'm just checking. No worries. I mean, we could always do a roundabout and see how the car performs. It was about to go well. Audience, there was 2 cars to our left that we would have pulled into if it had pulled out right there. So we'll try that one more time. And then let's see how it performs. I guess maybe when people are moving around, maybe they're still adding the signs. But that was a little, I should have let it go a little further because those cars were coming right up along our side. I'm curious to know how it would react if I had not taken over. Okay, it's ready.
Oh, it is already ready. Okay, perfect timing. So here we go. We got the stop of just forever. Again, I'm not going to touch anything. It goes right to the stop sign. Do you see anything on the screen at all?
Yeah, it flashed stopping for stop sign very quickly.
Oh, it's slowing down.
I think it's the garbage bin.
Yeah, that's just like when we had the keg in our video a couple summers ago. It tried to think that a keg was a trash can.
It's got trash can logic.
Signs in front, like where we turn right. Would that affect it at all? Do you think?
Well, sorry.
Those signs.
Yeah.
Is it possible to have it so we enter that street as a road?
Yeah.
As a road closed sign?
Yeah.
Instead of exiting the road closed?
Yeah.
All right, audience, just bear with us at home while we, again, change up a little bit just to see if we can get it to work at all in any situations. But at this point, it's looking pretty grim.
Now turn right onto Tai A Granada.
So how was going for the ride with Ross? I unfortunately missed some of that video.
Well, it was incredibly boring for 1 hour, and then it tried to kill us.
Yeah. So I did hear that there was some might say a small blunder, some might say an egregious blunder. What would you call it, or what would you say happened?
Ran a stop sign.
We've
never seen it. I mean, I've seen videos, lots of videos of it running stop signs. I've never seen it. I've never been in the car when it ran a stop sign. It was right there. There was no difficulty in seeing the sign.
Yeah.
And we're just going right through the stop sign, and two cars in the four-way stop.
Yeah.
We're going across this way, and we're going this way, and it just kept going. And
Ross had to take over.
Bam! He hit that. He just stopped the car, and I said, "Did you do that?" Right? Whenever Arthur's driving, it's like, okay, did it do that? Did it belatedly realize it screwed up and just slam the brakes on, save our lives?
I've had slam the brakes a few times on me unnecessarily, I will say.
But no, Ross did it. He saw it, and I think we would have crashed right into those cars. And we haven't seen the video. You guys looked at it yet?
I haven't looked at it yet, no.
No, I have not seen it. I've just heard about it, but it does sound, I guess, a little frightening, I guess, for the situation.
Yeah, Ross had to brake hard enough for everything to come off of the seats in the back and end up in the footwells.
Well, some of you saying how you've seen it run stop signs like in other videos. Back when Vivek and I were testing a little bit a year ago, the same week I actually got terminated from Tesla, we found out in downtown Las Vegas there's a specific light where it's just a normal intersection. It will always and purposely run the left red light. And then we were actually once we did it multiple times, made sure it was happening. We went to go get our cameras, went to go film it. We arrived, and Tesla banned my car from having FSD. They put me with all these strikes, like I didn't get FSD for about 13 months later after that. And I think they were scared and knew I found that red light violation. Yeah. But we do have a few red lights we have run in some of our YouTube videos. Are the signs set up?
They're just doing it now.
Okay.
Yeah, the only problems we've had with stop signs in the past, it's always stopped for them, and it sometimes stops for stop signs that aren't directed for this road. So if you have a road merging at quite a shallow angle, and they have a stop sign, it sees the stop sign for the merging traffic and sometimes slams the brakes on, and you have to quickly check there's no one behind you about to run into the back of you.
There's a intersection by my parents' home, and it's like an X, so it's very it's much like you're going straight and it forks. And so when you're trying to get onto the road, you're turning across on a red light, but FSD always chimes saying it's a green light, go, when the perpendicular traffic is actually having the green light. And I always have to turn FSD off there because it always tries to jump the red.
Did you see the video where the guy said, "I'm going to give it a driver's test"?
Oh, yes. Yeah, the guy from Florida, right?
Yeah, I guess it was Florida. So he goes to the start, right? He says, "Okay, we start here and go." And it runs a stop sign out of the parking lot of the DMV. There's a big sign there. If
this is who I think you're talking about, yeah, it's some guy who makes lots of comedy content, typically out of Florida, but I think he did one with Tesla. Yeah.
Signs are ready.
All right, the signs are ready?
Yep.
All right, for the audience at home, we are now turning FSD on. You can now see that the steering camera, I am not anywhere near the pedals or steering wheel. Car is driving itself completely. So in this one, the roads or stop sign, or the road closure signs should be way earlier. So we should see it hopefully, or not hopefully. Hopefully it will stop for them. But from our experience, it will probably go through them. We are taking a long time again on this.
Accelerating through them.
It literally says, do not enter on both sides of us. It goes through. There's a stop sign on a bus. There could be children running around. This goes right through it. I do think it is interesting though that it constantly says limiting speed while going around the school bus. So it knows there's something that it shouldn't be doing, or it should be doing, but it's not doing it accurately.
It also, but then
You'd think that like they've been working on this technology since 2015, that they would have implemented this as a
somewhere in the
data set
plan, you would have scheduled some time.
So when I was,
yeah,
I mean, when I was there, we were labeling dogs and cars and vans and trucks and whatnot. And eventually, I was leaving. We only capability of we had about because we represent, but we only got to the point of saying, okay, this is a dog on leash. This is a dog not leash. This is big. And whether it was a squirrel or a horse or whatnot, we still called it a dog. And the data annotation because we didn't have a submenu for other types of animals, which I'm sure they've corrected since I've left. But I mean, this is 2022 era. All right, I'm going to turn it back on right here at the stop sign, harden the brakes. It says do not enter, and I'm going to move it off the pedal so you can see it, and it just goes right through it. We go. Oh, it shaved some speed, but it didn't want to do it. Oh, I got so hopeful there for a moment. All right. Well, how many times should we do this? Because we have a 100% failure rate at this point, and an AI, as I've been in the industry for 6 decades, as we say, even 99% sometimes. Just 1% can sometimes be fatality, especially when working with vehicles that are 4,000 pounds. All right, so I'm going to go up and I'm just going to have it go through one more time, and this time we'll pull over in front of the school bus, shall we?
Yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. I'm going to turn it back on. I mean, there is one thing we have proved. It's that it does a good job with the speed bumps, but it always puts me to the left side of the road when we go to the speed bump. Have you noticed that? It's not let's go through on the right side. So again, if you think this is interesting and you're watching this at home, just know that tomorrow we're going to introduce a bunch of other objects in the road, and we can't wait for you to see how it maybe performs on that as well. I'm just going to let it keep like doing the blue thing, and it's just going to keep going anyways. All right, I'm going to stop here, guys. Well, thank you guys so much for watching me and my personal test log with Dan O'Dowd on software that I got directly from Tesla that's not been mimicked. No one has touched this car except for sitting in a seat. For anyone who's skeptical online who I've seen some of those comments. But with that, yeah, thank you guys so much for coming with us. Anything you want to conclude with, Arthur or Dan?
I think it shows that it is completely does not understand those signs. I personally believe doesn't read any traffic signs except for stop signs, maybe yield signs. And this is a really big problem that they don't seem to know that this is a problem. We told them 7 months ago about this. They haven't addressed it. I cannot understand the logic.
I guess their logic is that humans should always just take over, I guess. Well, anyways, thank you so much for inviting me down here and showing me firsthand your test and for allowing me to see exactly how transparent some of this actually can be. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. See you guys.